the silent dreams.
Welcome, welcome to a quiet place where summer light is warm and the air smells of earth. Take a moment now to let the day settle around you and allow the world outside to grow distant. There is nowhere you need to be and nothing you need to carry. You may simply listen or drift as the story begins. Let your thoughts grow quieter. Let the weight fall away and follow only the sound of the voice. Tonight, we return to the garden at Ashwick, but not the garden as we have known it. This is earlier still, much earlier, before Eleanor, before the cold frame, before the snowdrops. This is summer, in the year 1743, when the garden was younger, and so was the boy who would tend it. The boy woke before dawn, not because he had chosen to, but because his father had shaken his shoulder and said, quietly, "Time, just that, time." The boy sat up in the narrow bed he shared with his younger brother. The room was still dark, not the full dark of night, but the gray dark that comes just before the sun remembers what it is supposed to do. His brother did not wake, turned over, made a small sound, continued sleeping. The boy envied him that, the ability to sleep when someone else was getting up. He dressed quietly, in the same clothes he had worn yesterday and the day before. Rough linen shirt, wool breeches that were too large for him and had been his father's when his father was younger. Thick stockings, boots that pinched slightly at the toes. He would grow into them. His mother had said so. "You're growing fast now, Thomas. Another year, and those boots will fit you proper." But for now, they pinched. He went downstairs. The cottage was small. 2 rooms below, 1 room above, divided by a curtain. His mother was already awake. She was always awake, before anyone else. There was bread on the table. Dark bread, yesterday's bread, and a cup of small beer that she had poured before he came down. She did not speak, simply nodded at the bread. He sat, ate. The bread was hard. He tore pieces from it with his teeth, chewed slowly. His father came down. A few minutes later, he was a tall man, thin, with hands that were dark from sun and rough from work. He sat across from Thomas, took bread, ate in silence. When they had finished, his father stood. "Ready?" Thomas nodded. His mother handed him a small cloth bundle. "Food for later. More bread. A piece of cheese, wrapped in a bit of rag." She touched his shoulder, just once, lightly, then stepped back, and Thomas followed his father out into the gray morning. They walked in silence. The village was still sleeping, or mostly sleeping. A few other men were already on the lane, walking toward the fields, toward the estate, toward whatever work they did. When the sun came up, Thomas's father nodded to some of them. They nodded back. No words, just acknowledgement. We are here. We are walking. We are going to work. Thomas tried to walk the way his father walked. Long strides, steady pace, not hurrying, but not dawdling either. But his legs were shorter, and the boots pinched, so he had to take 2 steps for every one of his fathers. They left the village behind, turned onto the lane that led toward the moor. The sky was lightening now, not fully light, but lighter than it had been. Thomas could see the shape of the hills against the horizon, could see the trees along the lane beginning to take form, could see his father's back ahead of him, broad shoulders, slightly stooped, moving with the kind of rhythm that comes from doing something the same way every day for many years. After perhaps 20 minutes, his father spoke. "You remember what I told you?" It was not a question. Thomas nodded, even though his father could not see him nodding, then realized and said, "Yes, sir." His father did not turn, did not slow, just continued walking, and said, "You do what Mr. Ashwick tells you. You do it prompt. You do it proper. You don't complain. You don't make trouble. Yes, sir. And if you don't know how, you ask. Better to ask than to do it wrong. Yes, sir." His father was quiet for another few minutes. Then, "Mr. Ashwick's a good man. Fair. He'll teach you right, if you're willing to learn." Thomas said nothing. He had met Mr. Ashwick only once, 2 weeks ago. His father had taken him to the big house and introduced him. Mr. Ashwick had looked at Thomas for a long moment, had asked his age. 12, sir. Had asked if he could read. No, sir. Had asked if he was strong. Thomas had not known how to answer that. His father had answered for him. "He's strong enough, sir." "And willing." Mr. Ashwick had nodded, then had said, "The garden needs tending. Your father's been doing it alone for 3 years now. It's too much for one man. If the boy can help, that would be good." And that had been that. Thomas was to start on the 1st of July. Today, he would work in the garden with his father 6 days a week, from dawn until dusk. He would be paid 2 shillings a month, which his father would collect, which would go into the family's keeping. Thomas did not mind. 2 shillings was money, and money was good. Besides, he had wanted to work in the garden, had wanted it for as long as he could remember. His father had worked there since before Thomas was born, had talked about it often. The beds, the walls, the tree, the things that grew there. And Thomas had listened, had imagined it, had wanted to see it for himself. Now he would. The house at Ashwick appeared as they came over a small rise. Thomas had seen it before, from a distance, but never this close. It was larger than he expected. Not grand, not like the manor houses he had heard about in other parts of the county, but large, 2 stories, stone, dark gray-brown stone, that looked as though it had been there forever. The windows were small, dark, no light inside yet. They did not go to the house. His father turned before they reached it, took a smaller path that led around to the side, and then Thomas saw it. The wall, tall, perhaps 8 feet, perhaps more, old stone, covered in places with moss and small plants growing in the cracks. There was a door, wooden, dark, set into the wall. His father stopped before it, put his hand on the latch, then looked back at Thomas. For the first time that morning, his father smiled, just slightly, just the corner of his mouth. But it was there. Ready? Thomas nodded. His father opened the door. The garden beyond was not what Thomas expected. He had imagined something wild, overgrown, the way his mother's kitchen garden looked when she had been too busy to tend it. But this was not that. This was ordered. The paths were clear, straight. The beds were defined, each one with a purpose, even in the gray morning light. Before the sun had fully risen, Thomas could see that someone had worked here recently, carefully. The first thing that struck him was the smell, different from outside the wall, richer. The air seemed heavier here, thicker. It smelled of earth, of growing things, of moisture held in soil. There was something else too, a sweetness he could not identify. Not flowers, or not only flowers. Something green, something living. He breathed it in, tried to memorize it. This is what a garden smells like. His father walked forward, slowly, not speaking. Thomas followed. He tried to step where his father stepped, to place his boots exactly in the same spots, as though by walking in his father's footsteps, he might learn what his father knew. The path beneath them was stone, old stone, worn smooth. In the center, from years, perhaps decades, of feet walking this way, the edges of the stones were rough, dark with moss. In the cracks, on either side of the path, the beds. Thomas looked at them as they passed. He could see that each bed was different. Some were filled with plants that grew low to the ground, small leaves, dense. Others had taller plants, some with flowers, some without. He did not know what any of them were, but he wanted to know. wanted to be able to name them the way his father could. At the center of the garden, a tree. Thomas stopped, looked up at it. It was not a tall tree, not compared to the oaks he had climbed in the woods near the village. Those trees reached up toward the sky, as though trying to escape the earth. But this tree was different. It did not reach up. It spread outward. Its branches extended in all directions: east, west, north, south, as though it were trying to shelter everything beneath it. The leaves were already full, already green, though it was only July. Thomas had never seen a tree with leaves this thick, this early in summer. The shade beneath was deep, even in the gray morning light. Thomas could see that the ground under the tree was darker than the ground in the open beds. His father had stopped too, was looking at the tree, not the way Thomas was looking at it, not with wonder, but with something else. Respect, perhaps, or familiarity. The way one might look at an old friend one has known for many years. Then he said, quietly, "This tree's been here longer than the house, longer than the walls. Mr. Ashwick's grandfather told him so, and his grandfather heard it from his." Thomas did not know what to say to that, so he said nothing, just looked at the tree and tried to imagine how long, longer than the house, might be, longer than his whole life, certainly, longer than his father's life, longer than his grandfather's, perhaps longer than anyone could remember. The thought made him feel small, but not in a bad way. Small in the way that standing beneath a very old tree should make you feel. His father placed his hand against the trunk. Just for a moment, Thomas watched. Then, without quite knowing why, he did the same. The bark was rough beneath his palm, deeply textured, with grooves that ran vertically up and down the trunk. It was cool to the touch, even though the morning air was beginning to warm. Thomas stood there with his hand against the bark and felt something he could not name, not quite belonging, but something adjacent to it. The sense that this tree had seen many hands touch it and would see many more, and that his hand was now one of them. His father turned, walked to the eastern side of the garden. "Here," he said, "this is where we start." Thomas came to stand beside him. The bed before them was perhaps 10 feet long, 3 feet wide, filled with plants Thomas did not recognize. His father knelt, touched one of the plants. Rosemary. He pulled his hand back, held it to his nose, then held it out toward Thomas. "Smell." Thomas bent, smelled his father's fingers. The scent was sharp, clean, like nothing he had smelled before. Not unpleasant, but strong. It filled his nose and seemed to clear something in his head. His father watched him. "You'll remember that smell. It's the kind of smell you don't forget." Thomas nodded. He believed that. His father moved to another plant. This one had smaller leaves, grayer. Thyme. He pinched a leaf between his thumb and finger, crushed it slightly, held it out. Thomas smelled again. This scent was different, softer than the rosemary, sweeter, but still green, still growing. And another. His father moved along the bed. Sage. This plant had broader leaves, softer to the touch, slightly fuzzy. The smell was deeper, almost dusty, but warm. Thomas tried to remember. Rosemary. Sharp. Clean. Thyme. Sweet. Green. Sage. Warm. Dusty. But already, he was not entirely certain which smell belonged to which plant. His father seemed to sense this. "Don't worry. You'll learn them. By working with them, your hands will remember, even if your head doesn't." Thomas hoped that was true. His father stood, brushed the dirt from his knees. "These are herbs. Kitchen herbs. Mrs. Ashwick uses them for cooking. The cook comes here twice a week to cut what she needs." Thomas looked at the bed, tried to imagine someone cutting these plants and taking them to a kitchen. His father continued. "They need sun. That's why they're here. Eastern side of the garden. Gets the morning light. Stays warm through the day." He pointed to another bed, a few feet away. "Lavender there. That's for scent. Mrs. Ashwick likes it. In the linens." Thomas looked at the lavender bed. The plants were taller than the herbs, with long stems, topped by small purple flowers. Even from where he stood, he could smell them. Sweet, but different from the thyme. More like, he did not know, like clean cloth, like his mother's Sunday dress, when she had just washed it. "And over here," his father said, moving to the southern beds. "Vegetables. Beans. Peas. Cabbage. Onions. These go to the kitchen too. But they need different care. From the herbs. More water. More space." Thomas tried to keep track. Herbs on the east side. Vegetables on the south. "What about the west?" he asked. His father turned, looked at him, then smiled slightly. "Good question." They walked to the western side of the garden. "Here," his father said. "Flowers." Thomas looked. The beds were different here, less orderly than the herb beds, more varied in height. Some plants with blooms already open, others with buds still tight. The colors were brighter than anything else in the garden. Yellow, pink, white, deep red. These are for looking at. His father's voice was quieter now. Not for eating, not for scent, just for beauty. Thomas had never thought about growing things, just for beauty. In his mother's garden, everything had a purpose. Food, medicine, something useful. But here were plants that existed only to be beautiful. He thought that was a luxury and also something wonderful. And the north side, his father turned again. Shade plants, things that don't need much sun, ferns, some flowering things that like the cool. Not as much grows there. The wall blocks the light. But what does grow? Grows well, if you let it be. Thomas tried to hold all of this in his mind. East herbs sun, south vegetables water, west flowers beauty, north shade ferns. It was a pattern, a logic. He thought, if he could remember the pattern, he could remember the garden. They spent the next hour walking the garden. His father pointing to beds, nomming plants, explaining briefly what needed to be done. This bed needs weeding. That one needs water. The roses at the wall need deadheading. Thomas nodded, tried to remember it all. But there was so much. So many beds. So many plants. So many tasks. He began to feel a small tight knot forming in his chest. How would he remember all of this? How would he know what to do? His father must have seen something in his face, because he stopped, turned, put a hand on Thomas's shoulder. You'll learn. Not all at once, but you'll learn. Thomas nodded, but the knot did not loosen. By the time the sun was fully up, they had made a circuit of the garden. Thomas's boots were already dusty, his stockings damp with dew from the grass along the paths. His father led him to a small shed in the northeast corner. Inside, tools, spades, forks, hoes, a rake, shears of different sizes. His father selected 2 buckets, handed one to Thomas. We water first, before it gets hot. There was a well just outside the garden wall. His father showed Thomas how to lower the bucket, how to bring it up, how to pour carefully, so as not to spill. The well was old, the stone around its opening worn smooth from years of hands gripping the edge. There was a rope attached to the bucket, thick hemp rope, rough beneath Thomas's palms. Watch, his father said. He lowered the bucket, slowly, hand over hand, letting the rope slide through his fingers in a controlled way. Thomas heard the bucket hit the water far below. A hollow sound, then a splash. His father waited a moment, Let the bucket fill, then began to pull, hand over hand. The rope came up, steadily. His father's arms did not shake, did not falter. When the bucket reached the top, he swung it over, onto the stone edge. Water sloshed slightly, but did not spill. Now you. Thomas took the rope. It felt heavier in his hands than it had looked in his father's. He lowered the bucket, tried to go slowly, but the rope slipped through his fingers too quickly. The bucket hit the water with a loud splash. His father said nothing, just waited. Thomas began to pull. The bucket was heavy. When it was full, heavier than he expected, much heavier. He pulled hand over hand, the way his father had done. But his arms were not as strong. The rope bit into his palms. After a few pulls, his shoulders began to burn. He kept pulling, did not stop. When the bucket finally reached the top, Thomas tried to swing it over onto the stone, but he misjudged. The bucket tipped. Water sloshed out, splashed onto the ground. Perhaps a third of it was gone. His father looked at the spilled water, then at Thomas. Again, Thomas lowered the bucket. A second time, brought it up. This time, he was more careful. The bucket made it to the stone edge without spilling. His father nodded. Good. Now carry it to the herb bed. Thomas lifted the bucket with both hands. It was so heavy that he had to lean back slightly to balance the weight. He walked slowly, very slowly. Each step caused the water to slosh. Some of it splashed over the rim, soaked his boots, made dark spots on his breeches. By the time he reached the herb bed, perhaps half the water remained. His father was already there, had carried his own bucket without spilling a drop. He showed Thomas how to pour slowly at the base of each plant, not on the leaves. If you pour on the leaves, the sun will burn them. Water acts like glass. When the sun's hot, concentrates the light, burns the leaf. Thomas nodded, tried to remember that. He poured at the base of the rosemary. The water darkened the soil, disappeared almost immediately. More, his father said. Thomas poured more. Watched the water soak into the earth. It seemed the soil could drink endlessly. Each plant needs about this much. His father demonstrated. Poured until a small pool formed around the base of the plant. Then you know it's had enough. They worked along the bed, plant by plant. Rosemary, thyme, sage. When the buckets were empty, they returned to the well. Again, his father said. They filled the buckets, carried them back, poured. They did this 6 times. By the third trip, Thomas's arms were aching. Not just tired, but truly aching. The rope had left red marks on his palms. The bucket handle had pressed grooves into his fingers. By the fifth trip, his shoulders burned. Every pull on the rope sent pain down his arms. Every step with the bucket made his back strain. By the sixth trip, he was breathing hard, trying not to show it, trying to keep pace with his father, who moved at the same steady rhythm, who did not seem tired, who carried the buckets as though they weighed nothing at all. Thomas wanted to stop, wanted to rest, but his father had said, "You don't complain." So Thomas did not complain, did not ask to stop. He simply kept working, kept lifting the bucket, kept pulling the rope, kept pouring at the base of each plant. And slowly, as the morning progressed, he began to understand what work meant. It meant continuing when you were tired. It meant ignoring the pain in your arms. It meant doing what needed to be done, whether you wanted to or not. This was different from anything Thomas had done before. Helping his mother in the kitchen garden had been light work. Pulling a few weeds, gathering herbs, tasks that took a few minutes. This was hours, hours of repetition, of carrying, of pouring. This was real work. And Thomas was beginning to understand that real work hurt. They moved to the next bed, and the next. The sun climbed higher. The air grew warmer. Thomas's shirt began to stick to his back. Sweat ran down from his hairline, stung his eyes. He wiped it away with the back of his hand, kept working. After what felt like many hours, his father straightened, looked at the sun, then said, "That's enough watering for now." Thomas set down his bucket. His hands were red where the handle had pressed into them. His father looked at his hands, then at Thomas's face. "You did well." It was the first time his father had said anything like that. Thomas felt something warm in his chest, different from the ache in his arms. "Thank you, sir." His father nodded. "Now we weed." Weeding was different from watering. It required a different kind of attention. His father knelt at the edge of one of the southern beds. Thomas knelt beside him. "See this?" His father pointed to a small green plant growing among the larger ones. "Weed." He pulled it, roots and all, set it aside. "And this." Another weed. "And this." He pulled several more, then sat back. "You see how they're different." Thomas looked at the bed. He could see that some plants were larger than others, that some had flowers and some did not. But he could not see how to tell which were weeds and which were not. His father must have understood. It takes time. You'll learn to see it. For now, just pull what I point to. They worked side by side. His father pointing, Thomas pulling. The weeds came up, easily in some places. In others, the roots held firm. Thomas had to dig with his fingers, work the soil loose, pull again. His fingernails filled with dirt. The skin on his knuckles scraped against small stones. But he did not stop, did not complain. His father had said, "You don't complain." So he did not. They worked through the southern beds, then moved to the western corner. The sun was high now, directly overhead. The heat pressed down on Thomas's back, made his head feel heavy. He was thirsty, very thirsty, but he did not ask for water. His father would tell him when it was time to stop. Finally, after what felt like another hour, his father stood, wiped his hands on his breeches. Midday. We rest now. Thomas stood, more slowly. His legs had gone stiff from kneeling. His back ached. His father led him to the tree, to the shade beneath it. They sat, with their backs against the trunk. The shade was cool, not cold, but cool. Thomas closed his eyes. For a moment, felt the relief of being still, of not moving, of not carrying water or pulling weeds. His father reached into the cloth bundle Thomas had brought, pulled out the bread, the cheese, divided it, handed half to Thomas. They ate in silence. The bread was still hard, but Thomas was so hungry that he did not care. The cheese was good, sharp. His mother made it herself. When they had finished eating, his father stood again. "I'll get water. You rest here." Thomas nodded, leaned back against the tree. He watched his father walk away, disappear through the garden door. And for the first time that day, Thomas was alone in the garden. He sat very still, listening. At first, he heard nothing, or thought he heard nothing. But as he sat, sounds began to separate themselves from the silence. A bee, somewhere in the herb bed, moving through the rosemary. A bird, high up, singing a pattern that repeated and then stopped. The wind, very faint, moving through the leaves above him. Thomas opened his eyes, looked up. The leaves of the tree made patterns against the sky, green on blue, shifting slightly as the wind moved. He thought about what his father had said. This tree's been here longer than the house. He tried to imagine that, tried to picture the garden without the walls, just the tree, standing alone, before anyone had come here. to build, before anyone had planted beds, before anyone had known this would become a garden, just the tree and the land around it. He wondered what it had looked like then, wondered if the tree had been smaller, wondered how long it had taken to grow this wide. These were strange thoughts, thoughts he had never had before. But sitting here, in the shade, with his back against the bark, they came anyway. His father returned, carrying a wooden cup full of water. He handed it to Thomas. Thomas drank. The water was cold, so cold that it made his teeth ache. But it was the best thing he had tasted all day. He drank it all, handed the cup back. His father took it, did not refill it, just set it down beside the tree, then sat again. "We'll rest here a bit longer. The afternoon's the hardest part. Hottest. Best to wait until it cools some." Thomas nodded. He did not mind waiting. His father leaned back, closed his eyes. Thomas thought he might be sleeping. But then his father spoke, without opening his eyes. "You're doing well, Thomas." Thomas felt that warm feeling again. "Thank you, sir." His father was quiet for another moment. Then, "This work's not easy. Not at first. Your arms will hurt tomorrow, and the day after. But they'll get stronger." Thomas believed him. His father did not say things that were not true. They sat in silence for perhaps another quarter hour. Then his father stood. "Come on then. There's more to do." The afternoon was, as his father had said, the hardest part. The sun seemed to press down on everything. The air was thick, heavy, even in the shade. It was difficult to breathe deeply. They went to the roses at the southern wall. His father showed Thomas how to deadhead them. See where the flowers finished, where the petals have fallen. Thomas looked, saw what his father meant. "You cut just below. Here." His father demonstrated, using small shears. The stem came away clean. "Now you." Thomas took the shears. They were heavier than he expected. He found a spent flower, positioned the shears where his father had shown him. Cut. The stem resisted slightly, then gave way. "Good." They worked along the wall, Thomas cutting, his father watching, occasionally correcting. "Not there. Lower. Like this." Thomas learned quickly where to cut, how much pressure to use. His hands grew tired, but he did not stop. When they had finished with the roses, his father led him to the northern bed. "This needs clearing. Old growth, dead stems. We cut it back to make room for the new." They knelt, began pulling away the brown stems. Some came easily. Others had to be cut. Thomas's fingers were scratched by thorns he had not seen. Small drops of blood appeared on his knuckles. He wiped them on his breeches, kept working. The pile of dead stems grew beside them. His father gathered them periodically, carried them to a corner behind the shed. Thomas asked once, "What do we do with them?" His father said, "They rot, turn to soil. We'll use that soil next year." Thomas thought about that, about dead things becoming soil, about soil becoming new growth. It made sense, in a way he had not considered before. The sun moved lower. The shadows of the walls began to lengthen across the beds. Thomas's whole body ached now. Not just his arms, not just his back. Everything. His legs, his shoulders, his hands, even his feet. In the boots that pinched. But there was something else too. Something beneath the ache. A kind of satisfaction. He had worked all day, from dawn until nearly dusk. He had carried water, pulled weeds, cut roses, cleared beds, and he had not stopped, had not complained. His father had said he was doing well, and Thomas believed that was true. As the light began to fade, his father straightened, looked around the garden, then nodded. "That's enough for today." Thomas stood, more slowly than he had. In the morning, they gathered the tools, returned them to the shed. His father checked the beds one more time, made sure everything was in order. Then they walked to the garden door. His father stopped, turned back, looked at the garden. In the fading light, Thomas looked too. It looked different now than it had in the morning. Not because the work they had done was visible. Most of it was not. The beds looked much the same. The paths were still straight. But Thomas saw it differently. Because now he knew which plants were which. Rosemary, thyme, sage. He knew which beds they had watered, which they had weeded. He knew the tree had sat beneath it, had rested against its bark. The garden was no longer an unknown place. It was a place he had worked in, a place he had tended, and that, he thought, made it different. His father seemed to sense what Thomas was thinking. He put his hand on Thomas's shoulder. "You did good work today. Real work. Tomorrow, we'll do more." Thomas nodded. "Yes, sir." They stepped through the door. His father closed it behind them, and they began the long walk back to the village. The walk home was quieter than the walk had been in the morning. Thomas's legs felt heavy. Each step required effort, but he kept pace with his father, did not lag. The sky above was turning colors: pink, orange, deep gold. At the horizon, the air was cooler now. Not cold, but cooler. Thomas could feel the sweat on his back beginning to dry. When they reached the village, his father stopped outside their cottage. Go wash at the well. Your mother won't want you tracking dirt inside. Thomas nodded, went to the well in the village square. He drew water, splashed it on his face, on his hands, on his arms. The water was cold. It felt good against his hot skin. He scrubbed the dirt from under his nails, tried to clean the scratches on his knuckles. When he was as clean as he could make himself, he went inside. His mother was cooking. The smell of stew filled the small room. She looked up when he entered, looked at his face, at his hands, then nodded. Sit. It's nearly ready. Thomas said. His younger brother was already at the table. He looked at Thomas. Did you work in the garden? Thomas nodded. What was it like? Thomas thought about that, about how to describe what he had seen, what he had done. It was big. His brother waited for more, but Thomas did not know what else to say. How could he explain? The tree, the beds, the feel of the soil in his hands. His brother lost interest, turned back to the piece of wood he had been carving. His father came in a few minutes later. He had washed too, his face clean, his hands dark, but no longer dusty. He sat at the head of the table. His mother brought the stew, served his father first, then Thomas, then his brother, then herself. They ate in silence. The stew was good, thick, with pieces of turnip and carrot and small bits of meat. Thomas was so hungry that he ate quickly, too quickly. His mother refilled his bowl without being asked. When they had finished, his father spoke. Thomas did good work today. His mother looked at Thomas, nodded. I'm glad. That was all. But it was enough. That night, Thomas went to bed earlier than usual. His brother was still awake, still carving his wood. But Thomas could not keep his eyes open. He lay down in the narrow bed, pulled the thin blanket over himself. His whole body ached, but it was not an unpleasant ache. It was the ache of having worked, of having done something real. He thought about the garden, about the tree, about the way the shade had felt against his back, about the rosemary, the thyme, the sage, about the water disappearing into the soil, about his father saying, You did good work today." He closed his eyes, and almost immediately, he slept. He woke the next morning, before his father came to shake his shoulder. The room was dark, gray dark, just as it had been the morning before. But this time, Thomas did not need to be told. He rose, dressed, went downstairs. His mother was already there. Bread on the table, small beer poured. She looked at him as he sat. "How do you feel?" Thomas thought about that. His arms hurt. His back hurt. His hands were stiff. But beneath all that, there was something else. A kind of readiness. "I'm all right." His mother nodded, handed him the bread. His father came down. They ate, then stood, and walked out into the gray morning. The second day was different from the first. Not because the work was different. They watered, weeded, cleared more beds. But Thomas knew what to expect now. He knew how heavy the buckets would be, how long the watering would take, how the weeds would resist before they gave way. And knowing made it easier. His father let him work alone for longer periods, would point to a bed and say, "Weed that. I'll be at the wall." And Thomas would weed carefully, trying to remember which plants were weeds and which were not. Sometimes he made mistakes. His father would correct him gently. "Not that one. That's meant to be there." And Thomas would learn. On the third day, his father let him carry water by himself. The buckets were still heavy, but Thomas had learned how to balance them, how to walk so as not to spill. He felt proud of that. On the fourth day, his father showed him how to tie up plants that had grown too tall, how to use twine without breaking the stems. Thomas practiced. His fingers were clumsy at first, but by the end of the afternoon, he had tied a dozen plants, and only 2 had come loose. On the 5th day, it rained. Not hard rain, but steady. His father said, "No watering today. The rain will do it for us." Instead, they worked in the shed, sharpening tools, mending a broken fork handle, sorting seed packets that Mr. Ashwick had left for the autumn planting. Thomas liked working in the shed. It smelled of wood and oil and old earth, and the rain on the roof made a sound that was soothing. On the 6th day, a Sunday, they did not work. Thomas went to church with his family, sat through the long service, but his mind was in the garden. He thought about the beds, about the plants that needed watering. On Monday, about the roses that would need deadheading again. He wondered if the rain had been enough, or if the soil would be dry by morning. These were thoughts a gardener would have, and Thomas realized, sitting in the church, that he was becoming a gardener, not fully, not yet, but becoming. The summer continued. July turned to August. The days were long, hot. Thomas worked beside his father every day, except Sunday, and slowly, week by week, he began to change. The second week was different from the first. His body had begun to adjust. The ache in his arms, that had been constant during the first week, faded, not gone, but less sharp, less consuming. The rope burns on his palms had healed. New skin was forming, tougher than before. The buckets felt lighter, or perhaps he had simply grown stronger. He could carry them with less effort now, could walk the path from well to garden without spilling. His father noticed, said one morning, "You're getting the hang of it." Thomas felt proud of that. During the second week, his father taught him new tasks: how to tie up plants that had grown too tall, how to use twine without breaking the stems. It was delicate work. Thomas's fingers were clumsy at first. The twine would not knot the way he wanted. The stems would bend or snap, but his father was patient, showed him again and again. By the end of the week, Thomas could tie a dozen plants without breaking any. He felt that he was learning not just how to work, but how to work well. The third week brought rain, not a gentle summer rain, but heavy rain, the kind that came down in sheets. His father said, "No watering today. The rain will do it for us." Instead, they worked in the shed. Thomas learned how to sharpen tools. His father showed him how to hold the whetstone, how to angle the blade, how to draw it across in long, smooth strokes. The sound of steel against stone was satisfying, a rhythmic scraping that Thomas found he enjoyed. They also mended things: a broken fork handle, a torn sack, a section of fence that had come loose. Thomas watched how his father worked, how he measured twice, how he tested each repair before moving on. Nothing wasted, nothing rushed, everything done properly. Thomas tried to work the same way. On the fourth week, the heat came. Real heat. The kind that made the air shimmer above the stone paths. They worked early, starting before dawn, watering all the beds before the sun was fully up, then resting through the hottest hours, sitting beneath the tree, not speaking, just waiting for the heat to pass. Thomas learned that this was part of the work too. Knowing when to stop, knowing when to rest. His father said, "The garden can teach you when to work and when to wait. You just have to listen." Thomas thought about that, about listening to a garden. It seemed strange, but also somehow true. August arrived. The garden was at its fullest now. The vegetables were ready to harvest. Beans, peas, cabbage. Thomas's father showed him how to pick without damaging the plants, how to tell when something was ready and when it needed more time. The beans should snap cleanly. When bent, the peas should be firm inside the pod. The cabbage heads should be tight, dense. Thomas practiced these tests. Bent beans, felt peas, pressed cabbages. Slowly, he began to understand what his father meant by ready. It was not something you could see with your eyes alone. You had to feel it, had to know it with your hands. They harvested 3 times a week, filled baskets with vegetables, carried them to the kitchen door. The cook, a stern woman named Mrs. Bell, would take the baskets, inspect the contents. Sometimes she would nod, sometimes she would frown and say, "These beans are too old. Pick them younger next time." Or, "This cabbage could have used another week." Thomas's father would accept her criticism without argument, would say, "Yes, Mrs. Bell, we'll do better." And they would. The next harvest would be more careful, more precise. Thomas learned that this was how you got better, by making mistakes, by being corrected, by trying again. In mid-August, something happened that Thomas had not expected. His father said one morning, "Today, you'll work alone for a few hours. I need to help with the hay harvest." Thomas felt a flutter of something in his chest. Not quite fear, but close to it. Alone. His father nodded. "You know what needs doing. Water the beds, weed the paths, deadhead the roses. I'll be back by midday." And he left. Thomas stood in the garden, alone. For a moment, he did not know what to do. The garden seemed larger without his father in it. But then he thought about what his father had said. "You know what needs doing." And he realized that he did know. He knew which beds needed water, which paths had weeds, which roses were finished blooming. He went to the well, filled the buckets, began to water. And as he worked, something inside him settled. He was doing this by himself, and he was doing it properly when his father returned. At midday, he walked the garden, checked the beds, looked at the paths, examined the roses. Then he came to where Thomas sat, beneath the tree. Good work, just that. But it was enough. Thomas felt something warm spread through his chest. Pride. He had done it. Had worked alone. Had done it well. After that day, his father left him alone. More often. Not every day. But some days. And each time, Thomas felt more confident, more capable. The garden was no longer a mystery. It was a place he understood, a place he could tend. One afternoon in late August, Thomas was weeding the western beds when he noticed something. One of the flower plants, a tall one with yellow blooms, was leaning. The stem had grown too heavy for its own weight. Thomas looked at it, thought about what his father would do. He went to the shed, found twine, found a stake, came back. He pushed the stake into the ground beside the plant, tied the stem gently to the stake. The plant stood upright now, supported. Thomas stepped back, looked at his work. It looked right when his father saw it. Later that afternoon, he nodded. Good thinking. That's exactly what needed to be done. Thomas felt a surge of something he had not felt before. Not just pride, but ownership. He had seen what needed to be done, had done it without being told. The garden was not just a place he worked. It was beginning to feel like a place he cared for. September arrived with cooler mornings. The light was different now, lower in the sky, softer. The harvest continued. But now, they were also preparing beds for autumn planting. Thomas's father showed him how to clear the summer growth, how to turn the soil, how to add compost from the heap behind the shed. This was different work from the summer work, heavier. The fork had to be pushed deep into the soil, turned, lifted. Thomas's arms, now stronger than they had been in July, could manage it, but it was hard work. By the end of each day, his back ached, his hands were blistered, where the fork handle had pressed, but he did not complain. He simply worked. And each evening, when they walked home, his father would say, "You did well today." And Thomas would feel that it was true. His arms grew stronger. The ache that had been constant in the first week faded. His hands toughened. The scratches healed. New ones appeared, then healed again. He learned the names of more plants, learned which ones needed sun, and which needed shade, which ones needed lots of water, and which needed little. He learned to recognize when a plant was thriving and when it was struggling, and slowly, over the weeks, the garden became less of a mystery and more of a place he understood. One afternoon, in mid-August, Mr. Ashwick came to the garden. Thomas had seen him from a distance several times, but Mr. Ashwick had not spoken to him since that first day when his father had brought him to be introduced. Mr. Ashwick walked along the paths, stopped at each bed, looked closely at the plants. Thomas's father walked with him, pointed out what had been done, what still needed doing. Thomas stood by the well, waiting. After Mr. Ashwick had made his circuit, he came to where Thomas stood, looked at him. "You're the boy." "Yes, sir. Your father says you're a good worker." Thomas did not know what to say to that, so he simply nodded. Mr. Ashwick looked at Thomas's hands, at the dirt beneath his nails, at the small scars from thorns. Then he nodded. "Keep at it. This garden needs young hands as well as old." And he walked away. Thomas's father came to stand beside him. "That's high praise, is it?" His father nodded. "Mr. Ashwick doesn't say things he doesn't mean." Thomas felt that warm feeling again, the one that had come the first time. His father said he had done well. He looked at the garden, at the beds they had watered, at the paths they had kept clear, at the tree standing at the center. This garden needs young hands. Thomas thought about that, thought about what it meant. It meant that he would be here for a long time, not just this summer, but next summer and the summer after. It meant that this garden was becoming his, not his to own, but his to tend. And that, Thomas thought, was enough. One afternoon in mid-August, Mr. Ashwick came to the garden. Thomas had seen him from a distance several times, walking the grounds, inspecting the fields, but Mr. Ashwick had not spoken to him since that first day when his father had brought him to be introduced. Thomas was weeding the western flower beds when he heard the garden door open. He looked up, saw Mr. Ashwick step through. His father, who had been working at the southern wall, straightened immediately, wiped his hands on his breeches, walked to meet Mr. Ashwick. They spoke for a moment, too quietly for Thomas to hear. Then they began to walk the garden together. Thomas returned to his weeding, tried to focus on the bed before him. but he was aware of them moving through the garden, stopping at each bed, his father pointing, explaining. Mr. Ashwick bent at the herb bed, pulled a leaf from the rosemary, crushed it between his fingers, brought it to his nose, nodded. They moved to the vegetables. Mr. Ashwick picked a bean, examined it, bent it until it snapped. He said something to Thomas's father. Thomas's father nodded, then pointed toward where Thomas worked. Mr. Ashwick turned, looked at Thomas, then began walking toward him. Thomas stood, set down his tools, tried not to look nervous. Mr. Ashwick stopped a few feet away. He was not a tall man, but he carried himself in a way that made him seem larger than he was. He looked at Thomas, not unkindly, but carefully, the way someone might look at a tool they were considering purchasing. "You're the boy." "Yes, sir. Your father tells me you've been working here since July." "Yes, sir. And that you're learning quickly." Thomas did not know what to say to that. "I try, sir." Mr. Ashwick looked at the flower bed Thomas had been weeding, then back at Thomas. "The garden's in better order than it's been in some years. Your father says that's partly your doing." Thomas felt his face warm. "I just do what my father tells me, sir." Mr. Ashwick smiled slightly. "That's the right answer. But I expect you're doing more than just following orders." He reached out, took Thomas's hand, turned it palm up, looked at the calluses that had formed there, at the small scars from thorns and rope burns, at the dirt that had worked itself so deeply beneath the nails that no amount of washing could remove it completely. "These are gardener's hands." He let go of Thomas's hand, looked at his face again. "Keep at it. This garden needs young hands, as well as old. Your father won't be able to do this work forever. One day, this will be yours to tend." And then he walked away, back toward the garden door, spoke briefly with Thomas's father, and left. Thomas stood for a moment, looking at his hands, gardener's hands. He had never thought of them that way. But Mr. Ashwick was right. They were different now from what they had been in June. Rougher, stronger, marked by work. His father came to stand beside him. That was high praise. Was it? His father nodded. "Mr. Ashwick doesn't say things he doesn't mean. If he says, the garden will be yours to tend, then it will be." Thomas looked at the garden, really looked at it, not as a place he came to work, but as a place that might one day be his responsibility. The thought was both exciting and terrifying. The weeks turned. August became September. The days were still warm, but the mornings had begun to cool. Thomas noticed small changes in the garden. The beans that had been producing so abundantly in August slowed. The flowers in the western beds began to fade, but other things appeared. Late cabbages, autumn squash, root vegetables that had been planted in midsummer and were now ready to harvest. His father taught him how to dig without damaging what grew beneath, how to push the fork into the soil at an angle, how to feel through the fork handle for the shape of a carrot or turnip, how to lift gently, carefully. Thomas was clumsy. At first, he would push too hard. The fork would pierce the vegetable beneath, or he would lift too quickly. The carrot would snap, half remaining in the ground. But he learned, adjusted his pressure, slowed his movements. By the third week of September, he could harvest a dozen carrots without breaking any. One morning, his father said, "Today, I need to help with the harvest in the south field. You'll work here alone." Thomas nodded. He had worked alone before, but never for a full day. "What needs doing?" His father looked around. "Water the herbs, weed the paths, harvest whatever's ready in the vegetable beds. Take it to Mrs. Bell at the kitchen. I'll be back before dusk." And he left. Thomas stood in the garden, alone. For a moment, he felt the weight of it, the responsibility. But then, he took a breath, looked at the beds, and began. He started with the watering, went to the well, lowered the bucket, brought it up. The bucket felt lighter now than it had in July. Or perhaps he was simply stronger. He carried it to the herb bed, poured slowly at the base of each plant. Rosemary, thyme, sage, lavender. He knew them now, could identify them by sight, by smell, by the feel of their leaves between his fingers. When the herbs were watered, he moved to the paths, knelt, began pulling weeds. He had learned which were weeds and which were not, could see the difference. Now, without his father pointing them out, this knowledge had come slowly, over weeks of watching, of making mistakes, of being corrected. But now, it was his. Solid, reliable. He worked through the morning, steady, methodical. When the sun was directly overhead, he stopped, sat beneath the tree, ate his bread, drank water, looked at what he had accomplished. The herbs watered, the paths clear, half the garden already tended. He felt a quiet satisfaction. In the afternoon, he went to the vegetable beds, looked at what was ready. There were beans, not many. The plants were past their peak production, but enough for a meal. He picked carefully, testing each bean with his fingers. Firm ones went into his basket. Soft ones he left. There were carrots. He could see the green tops pushing up through the soil. He took the fork, pushed it in at an angle, felt for resistance. When he found a carrot, he lifted gently. The carrot came up, clean, whole, orange and straight. He harvested a dozen. There was cabbage. He pressed the heads, felt for density. 3 were ready, tight, firm. He cut them at the base, added them to the basket. When the basket was full, he carried it to the kitchen door. Mrs. Bell came out, looked at the basket, picked up a bean, bent it. It snapped cleanly. She picked up a carrot, examined it. No damage. She looked at a cabbage, pressed it, nodded. Good. This is good. Where's your father? Helping with the field harvest, ma'am. Mrs. Bell looked at Thomas. You did this yourself? Yes, ma'am. She nodded again. You're learning then. And she took the basket. Inside, Thomas walked back to the garden. He felt something warm in his chest. Mrs. Bell had been critical in the past, but today she had said his work was good, that he was learning. It mattered. His father returned just before dusk. He walked the garden, checked each bed, looked at the paths, then came to where Thomas was cleaning tools at the shed. You did well. Everything that needed doing got done. Thomas sat down. The fork he had been wiping clean. I tried to do it the way you would. His father put his hand on Thomas's shoulder. You didn't need me at all today, did you? Thomas thought about that, about the watering, the weeding, the harvesting, about carrying the basket to Mrs. Bell, about knowing what to do without being told. I suppose not. His father smiled. You're becoming a gardener, Thomas. A real one. September turned to October. The mornings grew colder. Thomas's breath made clouds in the dawn air. The leaves on the tree had turned from green to yellow to gold. Some had already fallen, creating a carpet of color beneath the branches. The garden was changing, preparing for winter. Thomas and his father worked on clearing the spent plants, the beans that had finished producing, the flowers that had died back. They pulled the stems, carried them to the compost heap. They turned the soil, preparing the beds for their winter rest. One morning, his father said, "Today, you'll do the northern bed by yourself. Clear it, turn the soil, all of it. I'll be working the southern wall." Thomas nodded. The northern bed was large, perhaps 15 feet long, 4 feet wide. It would take most of the day, but he felt ready. He went to the shed, got the fork, the shears, brought them to the northern bed. He looked at the bed, tried to see it the way his father would, to plan his work. First, clear the dead growth. Then, turn the soil. Simple, but not easy. He began. The dead stems came away, easily in some places. In others, they had to be cut with the shears. He worked methodically, not rushing, making a pile of the stems beside the bed. When the bed was clear, he took the fork, pushed it deep into the soil, turned, lifted. His arms, now much stronger than they had been in July, could manage the weight. The soil turned over, dark and rich. He moved forward, fork in, turn, lift. The rhythm was soothing. His mind emptied of everything except the work. By midday, he was halfway done. He stopped, sat beneath the tree. His back ached. His hands, even with their calluses, were sore from gripping the fork. But he felt good. He ate his bread, drank water, looked at the bed, half turned, half waiting. He could finish it. By evening, he was certain. In the afternoon, he continued. Fork in, turn, lift. The sun moved lower. The shadows of the walls lengthened across the garden. Thomas did not stop. When the last section of soil was turned, he straightened, looked at what he had done. The entire bed was finished, every inch turned. The dead growth carried to the compost. The tools cleaned and returned to the shed. He had done it by himself. His father came a few minutes later, walked to the bed, looked at it, then bent down, picked up a handful of soil, let it fall through his fingers. The soil was loose, well turned. His father stood, looked at Thomas. Good work. Real good work. You didn't need me at all today, did you? Thomas felt his chest swell. I tried to do it the way you would, sir. His father shook his head, smiled. You did better than the way I would. You're becoming A gardener, Thomas. A real one. The weeks passed. October turned toward November. The tree had lost most of its leaves now. They lay in golden drifts beneath the branches. Thomas and his father raked them, added them to the compost. The garden looked different in autumn than it had in summer, less full, less vibrant, but not dead. Resting, preparing. Thomas understood now what his father meant when he said the garden had cycles. Spring brought growth, summer brought abundance, autumn brought harvest and preparation, and winter would bring rest. Each season had its purpose. Each season was necessary. Thomas had changed too. His body had changed. The boots that had pinched in July now fit him perfectly. His mother had been right. He had grown, perhaps an inch, perhaps two, but more than that. His shoulders had broadened. His arms had thickened. His hands, once soft, were now rough with calluses. He could carry 2 full buckets of water without stopping, could work the fork for hours without his back giving out, could look at a bed and know what it needed. But something else had changed too. Something inside. In July, the garden had been a place he came to work, a place that belonged to his father, to Mr. Ashwick. But now it felt different. Not that it belonged to him. He understood that it never would, but that he belonged to it, that he was part of its continuing, part of the cycle that had been here before him and would be here after him. One evening, as they walked home, Thomas asked, "Will I work here for a long time?" His father did not answer right away. They walked in silence for a few minutes. Then, "If you want to, if you keep learning, if you care for it the way it needs to be cared for, then yes." A long time, Thomas thought about that. "I want to." His father nodded. "I thought you might." They walked on through the gathering dark, and Thomas felt something settle in his chest. Not just pride, not just satisfaction, but something deeper. Belonging, purpose, the knowledge that he had found what he was meant to do. And now, but first, one more thing. In late October, the first frost came. Thomas arrived at the garden to find everything covered in white. Not snow, but frost. Delicate, crystalline. Each blade of grass along the paths was coated. Each leaf that remained on the plants, sparkled in the early light. It was beautiful, and also a little sad, because Thomas knew what the frost meant. Summer was truly over. Winter was coming. His father came to stand beside him. They stood together, looking at the frosted garden. First frost always feels like an ending. His father's voice was quiet, but it's also a beginning. The garden needs this cold, needs to rest. Come spring, it'll be stronger. For having rested, Thomas thought about that, about endings and beginnings, about rest and strength. It made sense. They worked that day, more slowly than usual. There was less that needed doing. The frost had killed what remained of the tender plants. They cleared the blackened stems, carried them to the compost. The herbs, rosemary, thyme, sage, had survived. They were hardy, built to withstand cold. Thomas touched the rosemary. Its leaves were stiff with frost, but underneath they were still green, still alive. By midday, the frost had melted. The garden returned to its usual colors: browns, grays, the muted greens of the hardy plants. But something had shifted. The garden felt quieter, stiller, as though it were holding its breath, waiting for winter to truly arrive. November came. The days were short now. Thomas and his father arrived at the garden in darkness, left in darkness. The hours of light between felt precious. They spent them doing different work than they had done in summer. No watering now. The rain and the dew provided what moisture the plants needed. No harvesting. Everything that could be harvested had been. Instead, they prepared. They mended the section of wall where stones had come loose. They repaired the garden door where the hinges had begun to rust. They sharpened every tool, oiled every handle. They sorted through the seed packets that would be used in spring, discarded those that were too old, organized the rest. This work was different from the summer work, quieter, more thoughtful. But Thomas found that he liked it, liked the sense of preparing for what was to come. One afternoon, as they worked in the shed, Thomas asked, "How many years have you been doing this?" His father looked up from the fork handle. He was sanding. 15 years. Since I was 16. And before you. His father smiled. My father. He worked here for 20 years. And before him, His father, I don't know how far back it goes, but a long time. Thomas thought about that, about the generations of men who had tended this garden. His great-grandfather, his grandfather, his father, and now him. It felt like he was part of something much larger than himself. Will my sons work here too? His father set down the fork handle. Perhaps, if they want to, if they have the temperament for it. Not everyone does. It's patient work, slow work. But if they have what you have, then yes. Perhaps Thomas did not know if he would have sons. He was only 12. Such things seemed very far away, but he liked the idea of it, liked the thought that this work might continue through him, beyond him. In mid-November, Mr. Ashwick came to the garden again. This time, he did not walk the beds. Instead, he stood at the center, beneath the tree, looked around. Thomas's father stood with him. Thomas worked at the shed, close enough to hear the garden's ready for winter. Mr. Ashwick's voice carried across the quiet space. You've done well, both of you. He turned, looked at Thomas. The boys learned quickly. Thomas's father nodded. He has, sir. He's a good worker. Mr. Ashwick walked over to where Thomas stood. When I hired you in June, I wasn't certain you'd last. Many boys can't manage this kind of work, but you've proven you can. He paused. I'm raising your wage. 3 shillings a month instead of 2, starting in December. And if you continue as you have, there will be more in the future. Thomas felt his eyes widen. 3 shillings. That was a significant increase. Thank you, sir. Mr. Ashwick nodded. You've earned it. And he left. Thomas's father came to stand beside him, put his hand on Thomas's shoulder. That's rare. Mr. Ashwick doesn't raise wages lightly. You must have truly impressed him. Thomas felt a rush of emotion, pride, gratitude, and something else. The sense that he had been seen, truly seen, not just as his father's son, not just as a boy who did what he was told, but as someone capable, someone valuable, someone who belonged here. The days grew shorter still. By the first week of December, there were only 6 hours of daylight. Thomas and his father made the most of them. One morning, Thomas arrived to find his father standing beneath the tree, looking up. The tree was completely bare now. Every leaf had fallen. The branches reached up toward the gray sky. Dark, skeletal, but still strong, still solid. Thomas came to stand beside his father. They looked up together. "It looks dead." Thomas said it quietly. His father shook his head. "Not dead. Resting. If you look closely, you can see the buds, small ones, barely visible. But they're there, waiting for spring." Thomas looked more closely, and there they were, tiny swellings along the branches, no bigger than a grain of wheat, but present, promising. His father put his hand against the trunk. "This tree knows what to do. It's done this hundreds of times, maybe thousands. It rests in winter, leaves out in spring, grows in summer, drops its leaves in autumn, and then rests again, year after year. The same cycle." Thomas thought about that, about the tree, doing this hundreds of times, about how long that was, and how the tree never stopped, never failed to leaf out. In spring, it was reliable, constant, and Thomas realized that he wanted to be like that, wanted to be someone who could be relied upon, who would be here year after year, tending what needed to be tended, continuing what others had begun. His father seemed to sense what Thomas was thinking. "You understand it now, don't you?" Thomas nodded. "I think so. What do you understand?" Thomas looked at the garden, at the bare beds, at the stone paths, at the walls that had stood for longer than he had been alive. That it's not really about the plants, or not just about them. It's about continuing, about being part of something that was here before you and will be here after. His father smiled, the whitest smile Thomas had seen on his face in months. "That's exactly right. You are a gardener, Thomas." On the last day, before the Christmas break, Thomas and his father walked the garden one final time. They would not return until the new year. The garden was ready for their absence. Every bed cleared, every tool cleaned and stored, every repair made. It would rest as they would rest. They stood beneath the tree. Thomas looked up at the bare branches, at the tiny buds, waiting for spring. His father looked at him. "You've come a long way since July." Thomas thought back to that first day, to how overwhelmed he had felt, to how heavy the buckets had seemed, to how foreign the garden had been, and then thought, About now, about how his body had changed, how his understanding had deepened, how the garden no longer felt foreign. It felt like home. I've learned a lot. His father nodded. You have, but there's more to learn, always more. I've been doing this 15 years, and I'm still learning. That's what makes it good work, Thomas thought. He understood what his father meant. The garden was not static. It changed with each season, with each year. There would always be new challenges, new things to figure out. But that was part of what made it interesting. They walked to the garden door. His father opened it, stepped through. Thomas followed. But before he left, he turned back, looked at the garden one more time, at the tree standing at the center, at the beds lying quiet beneath the gray sky. And he thought, I'll be back in the new year, and the year after that, and the year after that, for as long as the garden needs me, for as long as I am able. Then he turned and followed his father out into the winter afternoon. But there is one more thing, one more day, worth remembering. On a gray afternoon, in mid-December, a week before Christmas, Thomas walked to the garden. Alone. It was Sunday, a day of rest, but he had asked his mother's permission to walk to Ashwick. She had looked at him strangely. Why? Just to see it. She had nodded, understanding, in a way that mothers do. He walked the lane he had walked so many times in the past 6 months. But today, it felt different. Because today, he was not going to work. He was going to see. When he reached the garden door, he stopped, put his hand on the wood. It was cold beneath his palm. The door was never locked. Mr. Ashwick trusted that no one would enter without permission. Thomas had permission, not spoken, but understood. He opened the door, stepped inside. The garden was quiet, completely quiet. No bees, no birds, no wind moving through leaves, because there were no leaves left to move, just stillness. Thomas walked slowly along the paths. His boots, now perfectly fitted, made no sound. On the stone, he looked at the beds. The eastern bed, where the herbs grew, rosemary, thyme, sage, still green, still strong, even in December. He bent, touched the rosemary. The scent rose immediately. Sharp, clean, just as it had been that first morning when his father had taught him to identify it. by smell. He moved to the southern beds, bare now, the vegetables all harvested, the soil turned, ready for winter's rest. He had helped clear these beds, had carried basket after basket of beans and peas and carrots to Mrs. Bell's kitchen, had learned to tell when something was ready just by touching it. The western beds, where the flowers had grown, yellow, pink, white, red, all gone now, cut back, their seeds saved in paper packets, in the shed, waiting for spring. The northern beds, the shade beds, the bed he had turned entirely by himself, every inch of soil, his back aching, his hands sore, but proud, so proud. He walked to the center of the garden, to the tree, stood beneath it, looked up. The branches were completely bare, black against the gray December sky. But he knew, his father had shown him, that the buds were there, tiny, waiting. Come March, maybe April, those buds would swell, would open, would become leaves. And by May, the tree would have its full canopy again, green, dense, providing shade for whoever sat beneath it. Thomas put his hand against the trunk. The bark was rough and cold, but solid, so solid. He thought about what his father had said. This tree's been here longer than the house, longer than the walls, longer than anyone can remember. Thomas tried to imagine that span of time, tried to picture all the people who had stood where he was standing. His great-grandfather, his grandfather, his father, others before them, whose names he did not know. And now him, just one more, in a long line, but part of it, part of the continuing. He sat down, leaned his back against the trunk. The ground was cold, even through his breeches, but he did not mind. He looked at the garden from this position, the same position he had sat in dozens of times over the summer and autumn, resting at midday, eating his bread, listening to the bees. But now there were no bees, no sounds, except his own breathing, and the very faint, distant sound of sheep on the moor. The garden looked different in winter, stripped bare, reduced to essentials, stone paths, stone walls, bare beds, the tree, but it was still the same garden. And Thomas realized that he could see it more clearly now than he had been able to see it in summer. In summer, everything had been so full, so abundant. The flowers, the vegetables, the thick green canopy, of the tree. It had been almost overwhelming. But now, with everything stripped away, he could see the structure underneath, could see how the beds were arranged, how the paths connected them, how the walls enclosed everything, held it together, how the tree stood at the center of it all, the heart of the garden, the anchor. He thought about everything he had learned. He had learned the names of plants: rosemary, thyme, sage, lavender, beans, peas, carrots, cabbage. He had learned which plants needed sun and which needed shade, which needed lots of water and which needed less. He had learned how to carry buckets without spilling, how to pull weeds without damaging what should remain, how to deadhead roses, how to tie up plants, how to turn soil, how to harvest without breaking what grew beneath. He had learned to sharpen tools, to mend what broke, to prepare for what was coming. All of this was knowledge, practical knowledge, the kind of knowledge that would serve him well for years to come. But he had learned other things too, things that were harder to name. He had learned about patience, about waiting for things to happen in their own time. The seeds did not sprout the day after planting. The beans did not ripen the week after flowering. Everything took time, and you could not rush it. He had learned about cycles, about how things that seemed to end, the flowers dying, the leaves falling, were not really endings. They were part of a larger pattern, a pattern that repeated year after year. Death led to rest. Rest led to renewal. Renewal led to growth. Growth led to abundance. And abundance eventually led back to death. But the cycle did not stop. It continued. Always. He had learned about responsibility, about what it meant to care for something that depended on you. The plants needed water. If he did not bring it to them, they would die. The weeds needed pulling. If he did not pull them, they would choke out. What should grow? The work was his to do. No one else would do it for him. And if he failed to do it, the garden would suffer. That weight, the weight of being needed, had been frightening at first, but over time, it had become something else. Not a burden, but a privilege. He had learned about continuity, about being part of something larger than himself. This garden had been here before he was born, would be here after he died. His great-grandfather had tended it. His grandfather, his father, and now him. One day, perhaps, his own son, or his grandson. The line stretched backward, into the past, and forward, into the future. And he was just one link in that chain, but an essential link, because without him, the chain would break. And most importantly, he had learned about belonging. In July, he had not known who he was. He had been a boy, his father's son, nothing more. But now, sitting beneath this tree, in this garden, he knew he was Thomas, 12 years old, a gardener, someone who tended and cared and continued, someone who belonged to this place, and this place belonged to him, not in ownership, but in connection. He was woven into the fabric of this garden, now part of its history, part of its future. The light was beginning to fade. The short December day, drawing to a close, Thomas stood, brushed the dirt from his breeches. He looked at the tree one more time, reached out, touched the bark. "Thank you," he said it quietly, to the tree, to the garden, to whatever force or fortune had brought him here. Then he turned, walked to the door, stepped through, and began the walk home through the gathering dark. The next day, Monday, Thomas returned to work. It was the week before Christmas, the last week they would work before the holiday break. When he arrived, his father was already there, standing in the shed, organizing tools. Thomas joined him. They worked side by side, in comfortable silence. After a while, his father said, "I've been thinking." Thomas looked up. "About what?" "About next year. About what we'll plant. About changes we might make." He paused. "I'd like your thoughts." Thomas felt something shift inside him. His father was asking for his opinion, not telling him what to do, not instructing him, asking as though Thomas's thoughts mattered, as though they were equals. Thomas thought about the garden, about what had worked well this year, what hadn't. The beans in the southern bed had done well, but the carrots in the eastern corner had struggled. Too much shade from the wall. Perhaps we could move the carrots, plant them more toward the center of the southern bed, where they'll get more sun. His father nodded slowly. "That's good thinking. I'd been considering the same thing." "What else?" Thomas thought some more. The western flower bed. Some of the plants grew too tall, needed staking. Perhaps we could plant Shorter varieties there. Save the tall ones for the back, where they won't block the light from smaller plants. His father smiled. You've been paying attention. Thomas felt a warmth spread through his chest. I try. They continued, discussing plans for the next year, which seeds to order, which beds might benefit from extra compost, whether to add a new section for medicinal herbs. And Thomas realized something profound. He was no longer just learning. He was planning, thinking ahead, contributing. He had become what his father had said he was becoming. A gardener, a real one. That afternoon, they worked together, clearing the last of the fallen leaves from beneath the tree. The pile was enormous, golden brown, crisp and dry. They raked them into a wheelbarrow, carried them to the compost heap, trip after trip. As they worked, Thomas thought about the cycle again. These leaves had been part of the tree all summer, had provided shade, had made oxygen, had caught the light. Now they were falling, dying, but they would not be wasted on the compost heap. They would rot, would break down, would become soil, and that soil would be spread on the beds next spring, would feed the new plants, would help them grow. Nothing was wasted. Everything fed back into the cycle. Thomas found this deeply satisfying. The garden was a closed system, self-sustaining, self-renewing. It asked for very little from the outside, just hands to tend it, just attention, just care, and in return, it gave everything. When the last of the leaves were cleared, Thomas and his father stood together beneath the bare tree. The ground beneath was clean now, just dark earth. His father put his hand on Thomas's shoulder. You've done well this year, better than I expected. Better, perhaps, than I did in my first year. Thomas felt his throat tighten. Thank you, sir. His father squeezed his shoulder. You don't need to call me sir when it's just us. Thomas looked at him. What should I call you? His father smiled. How about father? Thomas smiled too. All right, father. They stood there for a moment longer. Two gardeners, father and son, standing beneath a tree that had stood for longer than either of them had been alive, and would stand for longer still. On their last day, before the Christmas break, Friday, Thomas arrived at the garden to find fresh snow on the ground. Not much, just a light dusting, but enough to transform everything. The paths were white, the beds were white, the branches of the tree held delicate lines of white along their length. It was beautiful. Thomas stood at the garden door for a long moment, just looking. His father came to stand beside him. First snow in the garden. That's always something special. Thomas nodded. It makes everything look new. His father smiled. But underneath the snow, it's still the same garden. Still waiting. Still preparing for spring. They walked into the garden together. Their boots left tracks in the fresh snow. There was little work to do today. Everything was ready for winter. They checked the shed, made sure everything was secure. They walked the beds one final time. Then they sat beneath the tree. Even though it was cold, even though there was snow, they sat with their backs against the trunk, looking at the garden in its winter stillness. After a while, Thomas said, "I'm glad I came here." His father looked at him. "Are you?" Thomas nodded. "In July. I didn't know if I would be. I was scared. Didn't know if I could do the work. But now," he paused, tried to find the right words. "Now I can't imagine doing anything else." His father put his arm around Thomas's shoulders. "That's how you know you found your work, when you can't imagine doing anything else." They sat in silence for a long time, watching the snow settle, watching the garden rest, and Thomas thought about all the things he had learned in the past 6 months. Not just how to carry water, or pull weeds, or turn soil, but deeper things about patience, about cycles, about continuity, about what it meant to be part of something larger than yourself. He had learned who he was, and that, he thought, was the most important thing of all. When it was time to leave, they stood, brushed the snow from their clothes. His father looked at the garden one last time. "It'll be here when we come back." Thomas nodded. "I know." They walked to the door, but before they left, Thomas turned back, looked at the garden, covered in snow, at the tree, standing at the center, bare, waiting, and he made a promise to himself. He would come back after Christmas, in the new year, and every year after that, for as long as he was able, for as long as the garden needed him. This was his work, his purpose, his place in the world, and he would not turn away from it. He stepped through the garden door, closed it behind him, and walked with his father back toward the village, back toward home. The boy gardener, 12 years old, who had learned in one summer what some men never learned in a lifetime, that to tend and care and continue was enough, was everything. Years later, when Thomas was grown, when he had children of his own, when his father had grown old and could no longer work the garden every day, Thomas would remember this year, this first year. He would remember the boy he had been in July, 12 years old, small, uncertain, with hands that were smooth and arms that ached after the first day of carrying water. He would remember how overwhelming the garden had seemed, how he had not known the names of plants, had not understood the pattern of the beds, had not been able to tell a weed from what should grow. And he would remember how that had changed, slowly, week by week, month by month, how his body had grown stronger, how his hands had toughened, how the buckets that had seemed impossibly heavy in July felt manageable by September, how the work that had exhausted him at first became something he could do for hours without stopping. But more than that, he would remember how his understanding had deepened, how he had learned to see what the garden needed, how he had learned to read the soil, the plants, the seasons, how he had learned that everything was connected, the tree to the soil to the plants to the seasons to the years, and all of it to the hands that tended it. He would remember specific moments, the first time he carried a full bucket without spilling, the first time he correctly identified rosemary by smell alone, the first time his father said, "Good work," and meant it, the first time he worked alone for a full morning, and everything he did was done properly, the first time he saw a problem, a plant leaning, needing support, and fixed it without being told. Each of these moments had been small, had seemed, at the time, like nothing much, but together they had formed a pattern, a progression, from not knowing to knowing, from being uncertain to being confident, from being a boy who worked in a garden to being a gardener. He would remember Mr. Ashwick's visit, the way Mr. Ashwick had looked at his hands, had seen the calluses, the scars, the dirt that wouldn't wash away, and had said, "These are gardener's hands." That had mattered more than Thomas could explain, because it meant he had been seen, not as his father's son, not as a boy who helped out, but as someone who belonged here, who had earned his place. He would remember the day his father asked for his opinion about what to plant next year, about how to improve the beds. That had been the moment Thomas knew for certain he was no longer just learning. He was contributing. His thoughts mattered. His observations were valued. And most of all, he would remember the tree standing at the center of everything, older than the house, older than the walls, older than anyone could remember. He would remember sitting beneath it at midday, his back against the rough bark, his hands resting on his knees, looking at the garden and understanding for the first time that he was part of something that would continue long after he was gone. That tree had sheltered his great-grandfather, his grandfather, his father. Now it sheltered him. One day, it would shelter his children, his grandchildren, people whose names he did not yet know. But they would come, and they would sit beneath this tree, and they would feel what Thomas felt, that they were part of the continuing. This was what Thomas had learned in his first year as a gardener, not just how to tend plants, but how to be part of something larger than himself, how to carry forward what others had begun, how to prepare for what would come after. This was the real work of gardening, not the physical labor, though that mattered, but the understanding that you were a link in a chain, that your work connected the past to the future, that what you tended today would feed what grew tomorrow, and that this simple, patient work was enough, was everything. And now, the night grows quieter still. The garden rests, but you no longer need to tend it. You may rest here, in the stillness, where nothing more is asked of you. Let the story fade gently, as all quiet things do. There is no ending to hold on to, only the soft passing of the moment. If your thoughts return, let them drift again, like summer rain on warm stone, like the weight of water in young hands, like the slow learning of what grows and what does not. Your breathing may slow now, easy, unhurried. Let the garden carry you. as gardens carry everything, without effort, without asking anything in return. And as the night continues on, you may simply follow it into rest. The boy will wake tomorrow, will walk the lane again, will tend the beds, whether you are watching or not. And here, in this quiet place, you are free to let go. Good night.